Oh, come on. God damn it. Ooh, schematic tree stump. I look so dope in heavy armor with the witch's hat. Ooh, salt strip chair. Oh no, am I full? I am full. No, I'm not full. Oh, I'm just walking on the slow thing. Ooh, old straw caught something. Lots of schematics, it's good. I'm gonna decline and leave. Fuck it. I'm just gonna finish this. God damn it, I keep moving. Oh my god.
Warp drive active.
Scholar, scholar, burb. Ranger. Scholar, ranger. Weaponsmith. Got a weaponsmith shirt. Let's lock it. Scholar, scholar, sage. Scholar, scholar, sentry, scholar, priest. Sentry, sentry, shroud mask, sentry. Sentry, scholar, scholar, sage. Sage, sentry, sentry, scholar, scholar, sentry, sentry, assassin. Sentry, scholar, soldier, sentry, scholar, sage, scholar, sentry, 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 soldier, sage, assassin, sentry, sentry, 699 heavy ranger. They're BOP. Okay, scholar, BOP, BOE, but it's no good. 694 BOP, 694 BOE, no good. 695, 700, 700 BOP, defile, fire staff, keen, vicious, and fortifying burnout, but it's not as good as this. As the whoosh. So, okay. So, ooh, look, and I have lots of stuff to open. So there's 697 cal, 657, 670. See, I can't even hear the UI anymore, and I kind of do want to hear some faint hint of it. There. 15's a little too loud. 8, try 8. It was still too loud. We'll try 12. Or, I'm sorry, too quiet. There it is. Old straw cot. I get to sell it. Maple large table. Maple cabinet. Maple chest of drawers. Salt stripped scroll desk. I get to sell these 3. Old straw cot and maple straw bookcase. I got three schematics to toss on the market. I have a turning up there? Apparently I do. Okay, well. I'm always the last one to leave. It's weird. How much did I get in the end? It was 628. Oh, yeah, that'll sell. That one will probably sell. Ooh, I have to cycle. I suppose I'll go back to... I'll go back. But first, how much... Oh, yeah, I have 628. I need to go back to Everfall. Made 20 mil so far. Wait. Oh, you didn't dump, though. I told you to dump. Oh, I'll go back in. God damn it. No, I know this isn't my game because the combat's not so good. I want damage numbers flying from a mage class, and I think that's World of Warcraft. It's so annoying. Oh, I think I just missed the day.
Warp drive active.
Tired of waiting for shuttles? Want to fly wherever you want, whenever you want? Then what you need is a pilot's license. And what's the best place to get one? That's right, Chase Winger's Flight School. I do theory, I do practice, and I'm licensed for weapons training. With my... Tired of waiting for shuttles? Want to fly wherever you want, whenever you want? Then what you need is a pilot's license. And what's the best place to get one? That's right, Chase Winger's Flight School. I do theory, I do practice, and I'm licensed for weapons training. With my tried and tested training course, you'll...
Well, it's good that I got it all running. I just want it running. That's the main thing. Colorful wind chimes, huh? What do you mean game ending, relaunch game to play again? Oh, session limit. Oh, session limit. Oh, yeah? Oh, I didn't. Okay. Play again, please. Okay, that's okay. Session limit's cool. Yeah, that's fine by me.
Warp drive active.
$9 billion income, and expenses are 8.797. Spend a lot of money to make a lot of money.
Docking request accepted.
It's such a hoarder's house. I have so much furniture in here. Can I sell these things? No, once I use them, they're like down, I think. Itchy. Linen. Sateen. I wonder if I can get like fiber for cheap. Let's see what happens if I take 500 gold and I buy fiber. $0.11. Okay, 50 gold. Now I'm at 450. 450. 300. I mean, sorry, I've spent 200. 240. $400. And we're gonna buy another 1,000 of it. I'm right at the limit. Linen, 1,109 of it. 1,264 linen. We're gonna run sateen. 357 sateen. That's a legitimate amount of sateen, and I've spent maybe 500 gold, leaving to 102. Butter from milk. Okay, let's do some other things. Oops. There's 400 mil worth of Bez sitting here. Nice. 5 fishing levels. Jewelry research. Armor research. Gonna go with runic leather. This will cap out my Azoth. I will crack any vials I've got. Yep, and I'm back up at 1,500, which isn't bad. I've got complex mount vitamins, which is good. That'll sell. Infused leather, silver settings from silver ingots. I have a lot of silver ingots for some reason, so I could make a lot of silver settings. How many? 34. So what's that divided by 4? 7. So let's make 7 silver bands. 7 silver chains. Seven silver hooks. Seven silver settings. And I'll sell the rest of the silver. Oh, silver crafted amulet. So I can make like a whole bunch of these. Okay. I don't think I need to do anything else here. Glittering ebony, ironwood. Let's do asmodium. I capped out my Azoth again. Oh, is there anything else? A lot of powerful alkalest. We got wisps, but not very many of them. I have a lot of earth wisps. Oops.
Warp drive active.
$78 doesn't seem like enough for that, but $497. $50. $97. $99. $50. Okay, time to sell ironwood. I'm just gonna fill the order. 100 gold. Lot of sateen, gold apiece. $390 gold worth of sateen. Let's go again. Let's go again for fiber and do it again. There it is. $1,826 linen, 2,097, 111 sateen, 452 of it. 515 sateen. $515 sateen. 420 gold. I spent about 1,000. So it was like, I lost some money there, but I mean, I got some skill up. Later on, I'll make more money because of it. 43 cents for roomwood. I'll take it. Timber. I have some timber to sell at 26 cents. Let's see if I can get it. I have 290 linen. Which is another 60 gold. So I lost like 400 gold for that skill up. It was kind of not so good of a deal, but you know, I learned and I made something. Oh look, I got lots of vials of suspended Azoth. Which is good. Let's go pull them out. And I'm just gonna crack them all. And we'll go back to the outfitter and we'll run all these other fragments. Yeah. Right. And then we crack. Come over here. Extract Asmodium. 10 of them. And then pop these again. Yep. And then pop more Asmodium. 7 more. I'm going to go back to the market and I'm going to pull Asmodium off the market and I'm going to sell it again. If it hasn't sold. A lot of copper ingots. Maybe I should just go sell. No, I'm gonna log to the Ald and have her sell. Oh no, I'm being attacked. No. Fuck. A saber caught me. What the fuck is this? Name. Don Bow. Why do you sound so dumb? Oh yeah, so my orders, I want to look at Asmodium. I've got 41 of them up. I want to take them off. I want to sell this Asmodium. 48 of it. At 23 apiece. There's 1,000 gold. I have 200 wordwood, but I can't make planks, I guess. $800 gold worth of vials of suspended azal, but no, I want them. I want to be able to use them. It's fine. Time's it now? It's 10 o'clock. I believe I will cook my dinner now, which won't take long. I just got to throw some pasta on to boil. I'll be right back. Okay, we'll have some pasta today. So, pull out here. Slice. Okay. Oh, maybe, Okay, pasta soon. Gotta go pee. Nice.
Warp drive active.
Ugh. My control keys stuck. I think now I flag up and I go to... Oh, I go and buy a key. I forgot. I was going to buy a key and I forgot. I was like, I'm forgetting something, but I don't know what. Yeah, give me a glittering gold key. Crafting cooldown 5 days, 6 hours, but where is the key? What's it called? It's a glittering gold key. Okay. Did I put it away? So if I look at Everfall, and I look for a key, do I see anything? Oh, it is in Everfall. Oh, okay. I bought it. I just didn't use it. Okay. I gotta go get that key. Key. Gotta go down and open my chest. Been slow about that. Isn't this like 500 doubloons or something? Or it's money, isn't it? It's like a lot of money. Or it's doubloons, yeah. 500 doubloons, yeah, there we go. Cool, that's good. Maybe I should buy a musket. I love how I can just, like, immediately hide.
The capacitor is empty.
Gonna go stir the pasta right quick. I love my MMO lifestyle. I love doing this shit. Oops, wrong one. Oh man, my shit crashed, huh? Ah. Oh, yes, the pasta. It's probably done. Okay. That's hot. So now toss that on top. That won't be really then take some blue cheese. Just enough not to water it down. Just that. Alright, now stir. Okay. Now, I will have a bowl. Bowl. Yes, I do. Okay. Yeah, I believe that's good. Okay, 11 o'clock, dinner time. Gonna move around so I don't get logged out. And watch something. You, I want you to dock up. And you made more money than I've lost, which is good.
Drive active.
You, I want you out of the free-for-all zone. As I have a lot. Damn it. Fine. Nice.
Docking request accepted.
1,130 doubloons. Nice. So time to watch a movie. Or, sorry, a video. Excuse me. Time to watch a video. Oh. Wait, go back. Thank you,
my
Click for
RPG
Gameplay.
lovers,
I'd
and
like to
welcome
sub to your
another
channel.
Video. If you're following my channel, you might have noticed
Yep,
that I
I
usually
do.
play melee characters or melee builds in RPGs. I just think that big two-handed swords are the coolest weapon type, that's pretty much the reason why. But I played a bunch of games with fun magic gameplay, and you might remember this particular video from almost a year ago. While that video was focused on magic systems in particular, in this one we're going to focus on some other games with fun magic gameplay in general. I highly recommend watching that video first if you didn't already, because we mentioned a lot of games with fun and interesting magic systems. If you don't see some particular game that had a great magic gameplay, there is a high possibility I already talked about it in that first video. Anyway, here are some more games with great magic gameplay which left a lasting impression on me. Number 5. Victorum. Victorum is a game that's entirely focused on casting magic and destroying stuff. To be honest, Victorum feels more like a proof of concept or a demo rather than a full game, so I have a hard time recommending buying this game even though it's only like $10 on Steam. But the reason why it's on the list should be obvious by now. Right from the start you play as a powerful mage who can destroy houses with strong spells. You progress through different maps by destroying stuff and killing enemies, and you have some character progression as well in terms of new items and spells. You have 3 different ways of increasing the effectiveness of your spell. At the beginning you get high velocity, multi-shot and high explosive, but you will get more effects as you play the game. It's really fun casting powerful spells in Victorum, but unfortunately that's pretty much it. Everything else in the game is almost not even worth mentioning. I would love to see a similar gameplay but in a fully fledged open world RPG, so I hope that some aspiring developer is watching this and maybe takes some ideas from Victorum. It's a shame because Victorum could have been so much more than just a magic playground where you go and kill stuff and continue to the next map. Even though that's the case, a lot of people seem to enjoy the game. Well, according to Steam reviews at least, and my comments on the previous video I did for games with great magic systems. That's probably the main reason why I decided to include this game on the list. It just goes to show you how good is the foundation of this game, even though it feels really unfinished. We can only hope that we see a similar magic gameplay in the future in a fully developed RPG. Number 4. Nox. Nox is an action RPG that came out almost 22 years ago. This game came out just a couple of months before Diablo 2, and I think that's one of the reasons why it got overlooked and kinda forgotten, unfortunately. At the first glance, Nox might seem like just another hack and slash isometric RPG from early 2000s, but it's so much more than that. The story is kinda goofy and really simple, but interesting enough to keep you invested in the campaign. Jack is the name of the main character, but you can name him however you want and customize him a bit. By the way, everything about this menu just screams late 90s gaming. The visuals and the sound effects as well. I love it. Anyway, Jack just wanted to watch the TV in peace and get some dinner, but he gets pulled into this fantasy world of Nox. Like I said, it's kinda goofy, but it's definitely fun. You get to choose between 3 different character types, and this is the most important decision you will make in the game. The thing is, the game has 3 different campaigns, and each of these 3 characters has a unique progression path. But we're here to talk about the magic gameplay in particular, and that's where the wizard class comes into play. The way this character works is pretty simple. The game gives you new spells as you progress further in the campaign. But it also gives you a lot of freedom with combining the spells however you see fit. Nox has an amazing sense of progression because it feels really balanced, although the game is really light on RPG elements. It's definitely focused more on action, and that's precisely why the gameplay feels really good. As a wizard you need to aim most of your spells and kite enemies because your character is pretty squishy. The controls are responsive and snappy, which is really important because the gameplay in Nox relies a lot on players' muscle memory. Nox is not completely deprived of RPG elements. You will find some stronger gear as you progress, although that aspect of the game is not that important compared to something like Diablo 2. That's because the game is really focused on your mechanical skills rather than your gear. Nux doesn't have randomly generated maps, it's a lot more linear experience. But it has a lot of secrets that you can discover along the way, as well as interesting puzzles. The maps are designed around these 3 different character types, so your spells are not only used in combat, but solving puzzles as well. There are a decent amount. Number 3. Kingdoms of Amalur Re-Reckoning. I recently made a review for the new Kingdoms of Amalur DLC called Fatesworn, and you can check that video out if you're interested by clicking on the card up above. It felt really good to see some brand new content for such an old RPG, even though the quality of the DLC wasn't exactly phenomenal, but it was more than enough to make me come back to this game and do another playthrough. Regardless of what you think about.
Get a little bit more. This is light food. Doesn't feel like much when you eat it. Tortellini. Ooh, I'm overeating, but I don't care. Pasta's so good.
About Kingdoms of Amalur in general, I think that everyone could agree that the combat system in this game was pretty damn good. It's definitely on the button mashing side, but the smooth fast-paced action is not something you would often see in open world RPGs. The magic gameplay was no different in this underrated RPG. No matter which playstyle you choose, you will have a lot of fun with the gameplay. When it comes to magic in particular, it all depends on the talent tree and the weapons you decide to use. The default mage weapon is the staff, and even the regular attacks with this weapon felt great. Then you add different spells that you can learn from the talent tree and combine that with the fate cards, which give you passive bonuses. All of that combined created enjoyable magic gameplay which can keep you busy for hundreds of hours. Like I said, it can definitely feel a bit repetitive, but I never found it boring in my playthroughs. Even before this new DLC, the game had plenty of content to keep you busy for a long time, although there are a lot of side quests which are not that interesting to do. But considering that it's always really fun to engage in combat, even those simple side quests where you have to kill a bunch of things can be a lot of fun. I didn't even mention how the gear affects your character. There are a lot of unique armor sets in the game that you can find on your playthrough. Before the remastered version came out, getting these unique gear pieces was really hard. That's because the RNG system was kinda aggressive and it was rare to complete armor sets in the game. However, when the remaster came out, they did some changes to the RNG system, which made it possible to finally start completing these armor sets. It's still not that easy though, and you'll have to loot a ton of chests and containers on your playthrough. As you would expect, the game doesn't lack cool mage armor sets. The mage talent tree doesn't have a ton of unique spells, but it's a decent amount. And Kingdoms of Amalur relies a lot on your weapon usage, not just your spells. You're able to combine 2 different weapon types by a press of a button. Scepter is another weapon type which fits quite nicely with all mage builds, although I think the chakrams are a lot cooler. Chakrams come with some of the nice stat bonuses for mages, and they probably have one of the best move sets in the game. Even if you didn't play this game for some reason, I think it's not so hard to see why the magic gameplay is a lot of fun. Number 2. In Verbis Virtus. In Verbis Virtus is probably the most unique game on this list. The premise of this magic gameplay is great, and the execution is pretty good as well. You get to use your voice for casting different spells in the game, so I guess this won't be everyone's cup of tea. But since this video is about interesting magic gameplay, it definitely deserves to be on the list. In Verbis Virtus is more of an adventure game, heavily focused on puzzle elements. It's not a fast-paced game. Before we get to the number 1 on this list, it's time for some honorable mentions. I had a chance to try out some of these games, but I never finished them, so I can't really talk in depth about them. I included some games that were mentioned a lot in the comment section of the previous video as well. Anyway, at number 5 on our honorable mention list we got Avencast Rise of the Mage. Number 4, Wizard of Legends. At number 3 we have Exanima.
It's hard to get what I want. I'm getting it from MMOs, but I don't get it from single player games very much. It's interesting.
Number 2, Soul Sacrifice.
And old usually doesn't mean good. Not necessarily.
Hello there, RPG lovers, and welcome to another video. Drova is a brand new action RPG which recently came out on Steam and consoles. This
Looks
game
like
got some
dead
great
trash.
reviews so far, and it currently sits on overwhelmingly positive on Steam.
They don't curates though.
We gotta talk about these wild drone mysteries
Wait,
in New Jersey, these big Luigi Mangione.
Now watch this. Thank you, Tonesville. I'd like to sub to your channel.
If it isn't already obvious from my countless mentions and videos, I absolutely love the Elder Scrolls franchise. Say what you will about their more recent games and whether or not they even classify as RPGs, but I think everyone can agree that these are amazing experiences that offer a little something for everyone. If you prefer chilled out exploration and some of the best music ever written for a video game, you have Skyrim. If you want to be engrossed in side quests with gripping stories and a quirky yet charming art style, you have Oblivion. If you want more build variety and an overall experience that doesn't hold your hand, you have Morrowind. If you crave an old school MS-DOS RPG that's more pen and paper inspired, then you have Daggerfall. And lastly, if you're really curious about the origins of the Elder Scrolls and want to do some simple dungeon crawling, you have the very first Arena. Now the spin-off games, don't worry about those. We'll get to those at some point. But we already have a wide range of experiences on offer here. And another experience is cooking up in the oven as we speak with the Elder Scrolls 6, with no release date in sight. I mean, surely it won't be that long. I mean, the last game was released in 2011. The last Elder Scrolls game was released a decade ago?
Yep.
This is where gamers are met with an epiphany. We have one of the most high-profile franchises of RPGs in a state of dormancy, only broken up by the same game re-released ad nauseum, an MMO which many people don't even consider to be an Elder Scrolls game, and two mobile games that are mobile games. Be honest, would you be able to even tell that this is an Elder Scrolls game if I took out the title? I'd half be expecting these guys to have to be escorted out of a box room with lava like those shitty mobile game ads. This is what's supposed to tide us over until the Elder Scrolls 6? In most other scenarios, this wouldn't be that big of a deal. It took a while for From Software to release Elden Ring, so in the meantime, many other developers took matters into their own hands and made their own difficult action RPGs, taking the core gameplay of Dark Souls and weaving in more unique game mechanics to craft something original. In fact, so many developers are doing this that these games have spiraled into a new subgenre of RPGs, Souls-likes. Video games follow trends like many other forms of media, and the Souls-like craze is still running rampant, spawning a number of high-quality titles like Nioh and its sequel, Lies of P, and the recently released Black Myth Wukong. There is no shortage of Souls-like games out there, so you'll have plenty of titles to sink your teeth into until From Software's next big release. But the same thing cannot be said for the Elder Scrolls series, which has a gameplay style that, in my opinion, is quite hard to replicate. This is where I'm going to make a bit of a stretch to justify this video, because what classifies as an Elder Scrolls experience is going to be entirely subjective. But if I were to boil down all of the Elder Scrolls components into a single checklist, this is what it would look like. Also, we're basing this checklist on Skyrim, since since that's the most recent mainline game. For me personally, an Elder Scrolls game is distinguishable by an open, simulated world with reactive NPCs, a large focus on exploration, the phrase commonly touted by Bethesda, be who you want, go where you want, do what you want, and a first-person camera perspective. However, a third-person camera can be optional in order to check out your fully clothed female Dark Elf. Right? Skyrim players? Now we have many games that could check the open world and be who you want boxes. Kingdoms of Amalur, Dragon's Dogma, even Elden Ring to an extent. But these are all third-person games, and I believe the first-person perspective is crucial to the Elder Scrolls feel as it's way more immersive. If I stroll through a village and hear the soft breeze of the wind and the clinking of my boots, it's more effective in first person because I can imagine it's really myself in that game world. In a third-person game, those immersive sounds can still be there, but it's not me that's experiencing it. It's Geralt of Rivia that's experiencing the breeze. I'm just experiencing that breeze vicariously through him by serving as a puppet master. Because of this one nitpick, this vastly limits our scope to only a handful of games. You have first-person action-adventure games that contain many RPG elements like Dishonored, Dark Messiah of Might and Magic, and Arx Fatalis, but they're not open world. You have Kingdom Come Deliverance and its upcoming sequel. First person, open world with reactive NPCs, but you can't be who you want. You still have to play as Henry of Skalitz, though that's not a bad thing by any means. The only games that fully check those boxes are other high-profile titles that most of us already know about. Cyberpunk 2077 does technically check all of the boxes, but it isn't in that medieval fantasy style that I'm more comfortable with. And we also have Obsidian's games like The Outer Worlds and Avowed coming at a later date. And there's no telling how that will turn out, but it does look promising. Aside from that, there's not many other games that replicate Skyrim's overall feel, so I did some digging around to find out if there exists a true emulation of Skyrim's gameplay out there, and I believe I've found them. Here are 3 early access indie games that I feel could stand on their own and usher in a new age of the Scrolls-like.
Very well.
I have a frequent habit of browsing the newly released section on Steam to browse games that may have fallen under the radar. It doesn't help that the most recent AAA RPG is blasted on the front page of the Steam store, and you have to scroll all the way down past the deals on the other popular AAA RPGs to see what's going on in the indie realm. It's all worth it though, as sometimes I'll come across a truly underappreciated game. Our first Scrolls-like of the evening is The Bloodline. The Bloodline is a solo-developed fantasy RPG that ticks many of the Skyrim boxes. First-person focus, big open world, and a very large focus on player freedom. I chose this game to cover first because while it does have some interesting and unique mechanics, it is very rough around the edges, and still has a lot of progress to be made. The Bloodline follows a tale of the Harbinger, a special bloodline of people who can see into the future and prevent the Unforgiven, which is basically just a bunch of undead, from wreaking havoc on the world of Eudros. After a serviceable character creation, the game just sets you free. Even with the Elder Scrolls games, you usually have a starter dungeon meant to show you the ropes before you head on out, but the Bloodline sets you loose right as you start. Around the starting town is a bunch of NPCs that will introduce
Good
you
fight,
to
brothers.
mechanics and
I didn't know you
skills
were
if you
purple. I
choose
wouldn't
to
have fucked
speak
with
to
you.
This lets you directly skip any skills or mechanics you're not interested in and go straight into the activities you actually want to do. Speaking of skills, boy does this game have a lot of them. One of the major selling points of the game is the hundreds of skills you have access to. Most of the weapons and magic have their own skill trees with unique skills, while some skill trees haven't been implemented yet. These aren't generic skills either. You have skills like spear charging enemies like a lance, throwing your shield like Captain America, a holy AoE that blesses the ground and smites undead, and literally using your shield like a glider from Breath of the Wild. Not only do you have combat and magic skills, but also life skills like cooking and weapon forging, all with their own respective minigames to make the skills
I didn't
more
like this
engaging.
game.
Other basic skills have no skill trees and just level passively, like running, jumping, and even ragdolling. As you get a feel for the game and finish some introductory quests, you'll eventually head out into the overworld. The Bloodline has an overworld navigation system similar to the Mount & Blade series, where you have open zones that are spread apart throughout the overworld, and traveling from point A to point B can take a surprisingly long amount of in-game time. The locations you travel to can still be quite large, and the developer is slowly adding more locations and expanding upon existing ones. In fact, as I was writing the script, an update came out that added an entire desert region with a unique sunburn effect, requiring you to shade yourself to stave off the blistering heat. As you travel the overworld, you'll come across random encounters, like a heavily forested area with rare woodcutting spots, a goblin camp, and a bandit ambush, just to name a few. The combat is very janky, but when it works, it can be incredibly satisfying. Some skills are more powerful than others, and I recommend you get the kick skill regardless of your build for both the damage and the hilarity of kicking a bandit and sending him into the stratosphere. Enemies can actually be pretty dangerous at times in numbers, and during some of the bandit attacks, I found myself furiously chugging through some health potions. The biggest strong suit of the Bloodline is the traversal. You of course can run around on foot, and you can even tame animals and collect them as pets or mounts, but the best mode of transportation is with your grappling hook, which can be used to safely descend down large dungeons, swing around the world, and pull enemies towards you in combat. The more your grappling hook connects to an object, the faster you'll go, which makes it very satisfying once you get the hang of it. Combine that with the ability to wall run and climb up walls, and you have a mobility system that's no joke on par with that of Titanfall, which is saying a lot. Another strong suit is the exploration and the wacky things you can discover. I remember strolling through the woods and coming across a shack. Inside was a witch's broom that shrunk itself into my inventory, allowing me to summon it as a mount. It's very fast and very dangerous, but it's still good fun to crash into everything. You'll probably come across a sealed door that will only open up whenever it's raining outside, and my favorite is discovering books that teach you new skills, usually spells like this one that turns me into a cat and it actually shrinks my hitbox, allowing me to squeeze through small holes and passages. The exploration is further enhanced by the foresight system, the ability of the Harbinger to see into the future and witness future events. This takes the form of a calendar that has special seasonal events that range from an uptick in goblin activity to Jurassic World events like the death of the Duke. This makes for a dynamic game world that can be greatly expanded. The Bloodline features dozens of quests which you can choose to complete whenever you want. I remember one quest where I had to run around collecting special bugs. One of them required me to use my grappling hook to climb up a tree in order to catch it jumping between branches, which is a clever way of incentivizing the movement mechanics. I didn't have to use my grappling hook. I could have just climbed the tree, or use a flying mount and fly up. Other quests though can be ridiculously easy and serve almost no purpose. Like this one quest where all you have to do is shovel horse shit. You don't even get a unique reward from it, it's just gold and experience. All in all, the Bloodline shows a lot of promise, but it does have a number of problems. The loot is mostly bland and boring, the quests are hit or miss, and it's incredibly janky, but I still enjoyed my time with it. If I were to give some constructive criticism to the one developer of this game, Shieldbearer Studios, I would definitely lean in more on the mobility. Every RPG has you running around in dungeons, but no RPG that I know of has you zipping and swinging around dungeons like Spider-Man. At the moment, the game is a massive sandbox, and I love these kinds of games that give you tons of different tools to achieve different outcomes, but the game seems to be experiencing the same issue that Yandere Simulator had, where instead of the developer going back and fleshing out what's already in the game that needs work, they're instead piling on tons and
Just
tons
like
of
more
new
and more
experiences
stuff.
that still aren't incredibly fleshed out. Being able to transform into a cat is cool and unique, but many of the starting zones still aren't completely finished and functional. And all of these cool, exciting additions are ultimately going to be useless if the player isn't hooked
nobody
on the
will play the
content that's
game.
immediately available to them. You can give a child several tools to play around with in the sandbox: shovels, pails, miniature dump trucks. But if there are broken shards of glass that are still embedded in the sand, then it's only a matter of time until the kids get cut and have to be taken out of the experience before they can even utilize these tools to their fullest effect. Now, some of us are willing to get cut a few times because we understand the grind. This game is developed by a single person, and we know that shit isn't easy. But I'm pretty confident in saying that we would all prefer quality over quantity, especially now when even multi-million-dollar AAA RPGs are releasing in a broken, unfinished state. Alexa, turn on living room lights. Sorry, it's getting dark outside. I had to switch on the lights. This game has heart, and that alone is a breath of fresh air in the gaming industry. The developer has been steadily fixing bugs with the game and frequently adding new updates, and the patch notes are longer than the fucking Godfather trilogy, so I'm optimistic that we will get a true masterpiece sometime in the future. On to the next Scrolls-like. I'm really stretching it with this one because Raidborn just barely qualifies as a Scrolls-like. Many of the reviews dubbed the game Skyrim Light, which was what caught my interest, and after playing for a bit, I would have to agree. But that's not a knock on the game at all. Basically, take Skyrim, take the dungeon crawling part of it, and then make that the main gameplay loop, and you have Raidborn. You start the game in your home, which acts as one of two hub areas. Here, you read mail and access your workbench to craft potions and equipment. Exiting the door will take you to the map, and if it's your first time playing, you'll probably need to visit the town first, which is the other hub area where you'll be selling and buying gear and accepting quests from NPCs. You might be surprised to find out that these quests are seemingly randomly generated. I tried to make a second character and speedrun the starting quest before realizing I was in a completely different area with a different objective. So you buy your equipment, go to the dungeon that's assigned to you, kill all the mobs or fetch the quest item you need, as well as any extra loot you pick up along the way, exit the dungeon, return to town, turn in the quest, and use that money to buy shinier equipment. It's about as basic of a gameplay loop as you can get. However, the game does throw some curveballs your way by adding unique modifiers to the dungeons. One dungeon had an effect where my stamina also behaved as my health, so if I tired myself out, I was essentially dead. Sometimes in these dungeons, you can also find items that start another quest, revealing a new location on the overworld map. Speaking of quests, there is a main story quest for Raidborn, but it's nothing to write home about. The king is corrupted by an evil necromancer set that carried me through a good chunk of the early game. You can find fast travel beacons. This is only a temporary effect, and you have to kill enemies. The first hour of the game was pretty much just me crawling through the prison out of the bunch. Tainted Grail: The Fall of Avalon. This is a Scrolls-like that's set in the Tainted Grail universe, which is more well known as a tabletop RPG set in a darker rendition of King Arthur. I won't spoil too much about the main story because it has a unique spin on the legend of King Arthur, so we'll go right into the gameplay. The Fall of Avalon contains a ton of that Elder Scrolls DNA, and it should be fairly obvious just by watching some of the gameplay. I mean, you start the game as a prisoner. That's about as Elder Scrolls as you can get. The first hour of the game was pretty much just me crawling through the prison and stuffing everything from monster brains to unspecified hot goo into my inventory. And considering I'm a prisoner with likely no access to a backpack, I shudder to think about where my character stored that hot goo. The starting area introduces you to the lore while also providing you a crucial part of the gameplay. Basically the ability to slow down time at will. This is only a temporary effect and you have to kill enemies in order to recharge it. After that, you're free to roam around the open world. The world is structured much like Metro Exodus, where it's not a massive open world per se, but rather segmented open regions that differ drastically in appearance. I like this style because it keeps just enough points of interest to keep you intrigued like a standard linear video game level, but not too many to make the player feel like it's just throwaway content to fill in the empty spaces of a massive open world. There's all sorts of locations like castles, caves, a lake that's red for some reason, and all of these locations can provide you with a unique weapon or armor set. Just about an hour in, I found this necromancer set that carried me through a good chunk of the early game. You can find fast travel beacons throughout the map that you can use to travel between, but you can also fast travel anywhere in the world by using a bonfire. Bonfires behave much like they do in Dark Souls, serving as a resting point where you can fast travel, craft items, level up, and, well, rest. There's a day-night cycle in the game, and this makes a major difference in the gameplay. Some monsters will only come out at night, and every monster gets a power buff during this time, but as a trade-off, you can sometimes loot ethereal cobwebs that you can feed into your bonfires to unlock the more special bonuses like fast traveling. You accumulate two types of points as you level up: stat points and skill points. Stat points are used to upgrade your main attributes, like bumping up endurance to get a small boost to your health, stamina, and encumbrance. oftentimes your equipment will only be available at a specific stat level, so be sure to dump those stat points whenever possible. Skill points are used to enhance your skills, which are mostly centered around combat, though you also have non-combat skills like pickpocketing and a farming skill that will be released sometime in the future. Speaking of combat, this is where Tainted Grail really stands out. Tainted Grail has a much more fleshed out combat system than any of the other games shown off in this video, but it still manages to be incredibly accessible. Again, it's your standard left click to swing, right click to parry or block, but your weapons will have different movesets that change depending on what type of weapons you are holding. You can even dual wield shields, though at the moment this is pretty janky. Aside from your movesets, you also have power attacks, sprinting attacks, and a perfect block or parry that takes a chunk out of your enemy's stamina. Depleting your enemy's stamina will tire them out, leaving them wide open for a flurry of attacks. Defense is accomplished not by just blocking or parrying, but also with an included dodge bomb, which makes the combat even more frenetic and engaging. Boss fights will have you zipping around the arena, making careful combat choices. Do I have enough stamina to power attack, or should I disengage and dodge back to recover? Melee combat really takes the cake here, but those who don't favor the sword can instead opt in for a bow, magic staff, or various offensive spells that they can find in containers throughout the world. These spells can be pretty broken too. One spell I found early in the game sends out a raven to harass your target, causing them to completely drop aggro and wildly swing at the raven. If you're lucky, they might even hit one of their buddies. There's also your standard fireball, flamethrower, lightning bolt, summoning skeletons, and things like that. This game has a lot going for it, and I would easily recommend it to anyone looking to scratch that Skyrim itch. But I do have some problems with the game at this point in early access. The combat can be too difficult at times. With all of these fleshed out combat mechanics in place, I have to scratch my head at the inclusion of your standard difficulty settings that don't make any substantial changes to enemy aggression or sight radius. It falls in the same boat as Skyrim, where higher difficulties just pump up your enemy's damage while you relentlessly swipe away at them with what feels like a foam nerf sword. I tend to play these types of games on an easier difficulty because of this, since they're more casual experiences anyways. After all, I have Elden Ring if I want to overcome a difficult challenge. However, even on the easy difficulty, I still found myself getting one-tapped by various monsters. In particular, this one animated statue that telegraphs a huge swing, but the time in which he telegraphs this attack will vary. Using the obligatory Dark Souls difficulty comparison, it's common in FromSoft games for an enemy or a boss to employ different attacks with different speeds to throw off your rhythm, but these attacks almost always have a different animation, giving the player a clear indicator of the mix-up. Even if the player misreads the move and gets hit, it usually doesn't result in an instant death. Now imagine Melania preparing her waterfowl dance in Elden Ring, but sometimes the move starts after 3 seconds of her telegraph, and other times it starts almost immediately. It feels kind of cheap. Maybe I'm being pedantic here, and the one-tap can be explained by me being in a high-leveled area, considering Tainted Grail does not scale the world to your level like Skyrim does, but it does hamper the experience a bit to feel like I have to defeat the statue enemy by abusing the dodge mechanic and slowly whittling him down by sneaking in small hits, hoping he doesn't telegraph that one big swing. I assume you're meant to avoid the statue enemies, but this also happens with the humanoid boss enemies. I guess I'll just chalk this up to a get good moment. Aside from that one complaint I have with the combat, the other negatives are just small nitpicks. The quests themselves are quite good and well written, but the voice acting can be hit or miss. I even encountered an NPC that pulled an Oblivion on me and changed voices mid-conversation.
Everything is interesting around here. West of here, you'll find the sunken village.
No, enough sentiments. It's time to take action.
I haven't progressed past the first region, mostly because I want to save the rest for when the game releases into 1.0, which, if everything goes according to plan, should be around summer of 2025. I'll be sure to cover this game more thoroughly when the game releases, and I'm sure all of these small issues will be fixed by then. Overall, these games are sure to squeeze out many hours of your free time, and I'll be eagerly
This was
awaiting
informative. I saw a game I didn't know about. It was good.
So when do you guys think the Elder Scrolls 6 is coming?
As far as stupid gimmicks goes, Irish is the best f***ing one.
Everybody stop coding, I'm gonna fix this.
They're so cute when they're little. Them. We made a post-apocalyptic survival game where you can do whatever you want and everybody's nice to each other.
Go back to the chess club. Who's laughing now?
Glows in the f***ing dark. Degenerates.
Take it easy on him, guys. He's got a lot going on right now. You know, I'm gonna be honest, we're at a pretty concerning time period when it comes to video games. If you take a look at some of the top selling games of the year so far, then you will quickly notice a pattern. Most of 2023's heavy hitters are either games you've already played, just rebooted, remastered, remade, fucking re-everything, or they're games that build upon well-established and fleshed out IPs, providing new stories based on the IP's titanic amounts of lore and backstory. Making a new IP is no easy task, and nobody understands that more than Bethesda right now. With Bethesda Game Studios having to delay their new IP Starfield, and Bethesda Softworks publishing another new IP that sucked, Bethesda is seen as the last bastion for the entire Xbox ecosystem, and that's quite a burden to bear. Now, many people are beyond hyped for Starfield, myself included. I play an hour-long version of the Starfield suite every time I write the scripts for these videos. However, given the current trends in gaming right now, people are rightfully skeptical about Bethesda's ambitious new project. Bethesda's last game completely bombed at launch, leading to many people patiently waiting for Bethesda's next entry to the beloved Elder Scrolls series, if they actually release the fucking game in our lifetimes. Skyrim was released over a decade ago, and while I agree that it's a timeless classic that should be a staple in any RPG fan's library, I also want something new. Well, what if I told you that there is an Elder Scrolls game that has been released after Skyrim and still continues to get content to this day? A game that has been sitting on the sidelines while everyone enjoys the mainline entries to the series. A game that many people wouldn't even considered to be a mainline entry to the series due to it being developed by a company that's not Bethesda, as well as it not being the same type of RPG. Of course, I speak of none other than the Elder Scrolls Online.
Three,
that I
two.
mount anything at least once. That is to say, I'll mount any steed. Perhaps I should think of a way to reword that.
The Elder Scrolls Online is a massively multiplayer online role-playing game by ZeniMax Online Studios. Or, if you want to be cool, ESO is an MMORPG by Zongs. Now, you can probably put two and two together. We have a game that has the Elder Scrolls label, but doesn't share Bethesda Game Studios' philosophy of strictly single-player games, with one exception that shall not be named. Being developed by what is essentially the hair-lipped cousin of BGS, something is off here. I thought this myself until I discovered that there was a new expansion coming out, the Necrom expansion. I saw some pretty cool armor customization, so I hopped on to try the game to see if it would really hook me. Now, I'm gonna have to make a handful of disclaimers here because I am perfectly aware of what I'm about to step into. This is an MMO after all, and I don't really have MMO time. I work 40 hours a week and get 2 days off. One day is spent with family and loved ones, and the other day I spend making these videos. Needless to say, time is not my friend, and if I comb through every inch of content that this game has to offer, you wouldn't see me for 2 years. Therefore, I thought of something. ESO is an MMORPG, and I'm interested in everything about that except for the MO part. I wondered if I could play through this game like the other mainline entries in the series like Oblivion and Skyrim. In other words, if you're here from the MMO crowd and not the Elder Scrolls crowd, then the way I play this game will probably piss you off. I'm gonna be ignoring daily quest grinding, organized raid nights on Saturdays, and soul-sucking power leveling in favor of the serene landscapes, the stories pertaining to the Elder Scrolls' fascinating lore, the ability to be whoever you want and do whatever you want. You can find many reviews of this game's many MMO mechanics if you're interested in that, but that's not what this video is going to be focusing on. I'm interested to see if this game could tide us over until the Elder Scrolls 6 releases, and in my opinion, I think it just might. So I purchased the base version of the game that comes with all of the base content of the game plus the Morrowind expansion. Costed about 20 bucks, but I remember getting it for a lot cheaper. Booted up the game and... oh. It's already asking me for more money. Well anyways, I made a new character just to see how the new player experience has changed over the years. You have all the races that you're familiar with in the Elder Scrolls series and wait. You have to pay for the Imperial race? Are you serious? Well, I guess I'll have to pick something else then. Now, I gotta appeal to both the Elder Scrolls crowd and the MMO crowd. So I went with the classic big titty goth Bosmer GF. I cranked that boob slider like an old Harley. We gotta get that fucking clickbait, baby. The character customization is okay. This isn't the most recent MMO to have been released, so I don't expect jaw-dropping graphics or being able to sculpt every bone on my character's face, but you get a couple of sliders that can make some substantial changes to your character and a decent variety of hairstyles and adornments. Then I got to choose my class and... Are you fucking kidding? Well, now we're gonna have to address the massive elephant in the room. The biggest blemish on this game is the monetization, which is usually the #1 reason why people don't play MMOs. Now, if you're not familiar with ESO, you're probably wondering what the business model of this game is, as that's very important to consider when you're looking at an MMO. Is this game buy-to-play with frequent free updates, or is it a free-to-play game with really aggressive monetization? Well, ESO happens to be both a buy-to-play game and a subscription-based MMO. Now let me explain. ESO is a primarily buy-to-play MMO. The base game for ESO, as well as the Morrowind expansion, can cost around $20, but I've seen it go on sale for around $6, which is an absolute steal if you ask me. For $60, you get the base game and all of the DLC content that has been released, including the newest DLC expansion. Players also have the option to get an ESO Plus subscription that gives them access to all of the DLC content except for the newest expansion at the time. Now here's the kicker. You could just spend the $60 and get all of the content that you would ever want. However, you're still going to miss out on a tremendously useful item that, as far as I know, is only available in the ESO Plus subscription: the crafting bag. ESO definitely has that Elder Scrolls DNA in that you become an absolute hoarder while playing. You'll find sacks, barrels, chests, cabinets, and desks, all stuffed with random shit that you're going to pluck out just because the game allows you to. Now obviously there are chests in the game that will give you useful items like weapons and armor pieces, but miscellaneous containers will usually contain crafting materials for the various professions. Problem is, all of these materials will take up one slot of your measly 60 slot inventory space, and that number will climb very fast unless you have the ESO Plus subscription, in which case your materials are automatically flushed out from your inventory into your crafting bag. Now you have two potential workarounds that I'm aware of. Either don't pick up any crafting materials and ignore all of the professions in the game, or continuously spend trips back to town so you can deposit your materials into your bank, which also has a limited storage capacity that gets filled up insanely quickly with materials. You can upgrade your inventory and bag space with in-game gold, but look at me. You want the subscription. It's an absolute shame because it's the worst kind of video game monetization.
This video sucks. I'm not gonna watch it anymore. Oh my god, I'm full. You get so full so quick out here. Nice. So I am full. Shit, I have to like go home. That sucks. Well, let's go home, I guess. Let's go back and loot. Ooh, tree stump. Ooh. 300 gold worth of Scarhide. Nice. I love this game now.
Awaken Realms has reached out to the channel and asked me to do a sponsored video going over their newest update for their open world dark fantasy RPG, Tainted Grail: The Fall of Avalon. You're not going to want to miss this one. For those unfamiliar, this game launched into early access just over a year ago, but the devs have been hard at work, clearly putting their hearts and souls into, I would say, an Elder Scrolls-esque dark fantasy RPG. Several systems have been overhauled now, there's performance improvements, and a ton of content has been added, including a new region. I'm going to go over it all in today's video. This game currently has a modest early access price tag of $29.99, and I'll leave a link below if you're interested in checking it out. I've been supporting this one for quite a while now, and I'm certain that many of you RPG lovers will take interest here. So this game does feature a character creator, but do note that you will be playing in the first-person perspective, but you can see your character and their gear in the equipment menu. Notice how much more polished the menu interface is now. If you play the prologue, which I highly recommend playing as a new player, as it serves as a nice tutorial, you'll start off as a prisoner in the asylum out at sea, but a mysterious man named Caradoc shows up, sets you free, and then takes you on a boat to the Horns of the South.
All I know is that I was supposed to show you the way.
Many of the names in this game you will recognize from Arthurian legend. However, this is a reimagination of that tale, a much darker reimagination. And you'll actually be tasked with taking Excalibur and killing Arthur for good, as he apparently keeps being brought
Why am I
back from the
here?
dead whenever things go awry on the island of Avalon. Jumping into the game, and do note that this is very early on in Chapter 1, so not really a spoiler. You can see Excalibur right here, but whenever I try to take it, it starts rapidly draining my HP, which leaves quite the mystery here as to how I'm going to actually get this sword. It's also just a lot of fun seeing legendary mythological items like this in the game. It makes it really interesting. Currently on Avalon, there's a plague of red death, and the weirdness is spreading, which is like a mysterious fog that bends and deforms everything it touches. And do note, the weirdness has been revamped for patch 0.7. The lore here is actually quite deep, and it can be a big part of your experience if you're into this sort of thing, to go out and collect books and tomes and read everything and take those books with you. There's also a ton of dialogue, of course, all of which I've experienced as voice acted, that touches on the world, its history, its factions, characters, etc.
Which trade?
There's plenty of dark lore secrets to unravel here, and all of it immersion. Unfortunately, the ship that Caradoc takes you on to escape the asylum crashes, but you still reach your destination, and this is when you get the first true feeling of freedom. There's no constraints here. I can go and do whatever I want pretty much at any given time. I can follow the main quest if I choose to do so. I can try to find side quests, of which there are abundance of in this game. I can farm materials for crafting. I can farm opponents to try to increase my level and get new skills and perks and things of that nature. I can look for dungeons on the map, of which there are quite a few in each chapter. Or I can just, jump out into the cold, dark ocean, almost drown a few times. Discover the wreck of Andraste, which is a ship, dive even deeper to find Doombringer, a rare warhammer on the ground, and then try to avoid drowning. This is not looking good right now. Oh no. Oh crap, oh crap. Exploration is rewarded in this game, just try not to drown. The world is yours for the taking, and this first map, the Horns of the South for Chapter 1, is quite large and offers around 10 to 15 hours of content, but do note that Update 0.7 also brings with it an entirely new region called Kunacht, which features a diverse landscape of swamps, mountains, and meadows. In Kunacht, there's a main town, there's open world dungeons, new formidable enemies, and plenty of weirdness that threatens the mind, and this is another 10 to 15 hours of content. This is a beautiful area that's a nice contrast from the Horns of the South, which was more bleak looking. The heck is this thing? As far as quests go, well, there's a ton of them in this game. If we take a look at my journal here, I have 3 main quests that I'm working on, 7 side quests, and also 3 miscellaneous quests. And do note that some decisions that you make in this game do matter, as there are branching storylines. You can also end up in jail. Crap. Let's now jump into a few topics that seem to interest folks the most: combat, character progression, and gear. This game allows you to play and build your character the way that you want to. There's no set predetermined classes. More so, you find weapons that you enjoy, and there's a ton of weapons in the game now. And then you level up your stats and choose skills that fit that playstyle. You could be a tanky defensive warrior, a stealth archer, a more nimble front lines character, maybe even dual wielding and wearing light or medium armor. You can of course go all out in magic, or perhaps build yourself into a hybrid, such as an arcane warrior type. My character's going for a ranger vibe, and as you can see, I have out my longbow, but I also have a 2-handed sword. I have some healing magic, and I have a summon wolf and raven spell. And the summon raven is actually pretty sweet, because I can send the raven out, and it will circle around an opponent's head, distracting them, allowing me to create some distance. Switching over to a level 20 magic-focused character, you can see that I have my staff out right here. And the cool thing about the staff is when I bonk enemies in the head, it gives me a little bit of mana, which is a nice little weapon affix. But you also notice huge improvements to spells in general, their visuals, the way they take effect, and there's way more spells in the game now than there was before. The spell that I have right here actually siphons the life out of opponents, giving a portion of it back to my character. And then I have a lightning zap type spell. I have a flame torrent. I have a poisonous gas cloud, which is really good. It's AoE, so you can get multiple opponents into that little area right there. I have a banish spell, which temporarily banishes an opponent for 8 seconds. Really good when you're facing multiple opponents at a single time. Scorching Ray, Icicle Blast, and also a few more in my inventory that I don't currently have equipped. Let's go ahead and drop a poisonous gas cloud on these poor lads right here. Get them to come at me, and I'm actually going to equip a mana potion too. This guy's going to start charging at me. I think both of them actually are. Pop that mana potion. I'm going to switch over to Icicle Blast and Scorching Pathway.
I'm serious.
And the longer that I hold down Scorching Pathway, the longer that horizontal line becomes. So I can do just a little mini one like that, or I can back up and do a much larger one. And it hits both of them, which is pretty sweet here. Spellcasting and the magic system in general has been overhauled, and it's much better now, especially in terms of visuals. And actually, the visuals for the entire game have been overhauled with update 0.7. It's very noticeable, especially with the game's lighting and textures. And one of the earliest things that I noticed was this new mysterious night sky in Chapter 1. I think it also is in Chapter 2. And before the update, I only recall a rather bland-looking sky. There's also been a ton of performance improvements, making the experience much smoother. Weapons in this game are also super fun to use, and the combat system overall just keeps getting better. The feeling of impact used to be a problem, but it's certainly not anymore. Weapons have light attacks, heavy attacks. You can parry with some weapons. You can block. There's sprint attacks. You can dual wield in cool combinations. You can sneak attack, of course. There's critical hits and weak spots on enemies, such as headshots. I really appreciate when RPGs include mechanics like that. The entire system has been overhauled, including sound effects, and it's feeling good now. Finding new powerful weapons is also a big part of the puzzle. You can see there's a dead human right here, just on a rock in the middle of the pond. And I just came across it, and if we go up to the body, I can take the sword out, and the sword is called Blood Oath, and if we take a look at it, it actually deals 100% more damage if the enemy is below 50% max health. It does have a strength requirement and dexterity requirement, but if we take a look at it, the sword is pretty awesome. Just take a look at it in the right lighting. As you can see, when I turn towards the sun right there, you can see the red on it. Now, it's important to note that there is a stamina system in this game. You can see it in the bottom left, represented in green. It actually does cost stamina. And also, when I swing my sword, I of course do heavy attacks and block. All of this does consume stamina. You have to keep an eye on that. and manage it. And also, of course, you can upgrade it through endurance. As far as your gear goes, your encumbrance level for the gear that you're wearing is important to keep track of, as it affects stamina regen, attack speed, casting speed, and dashing. There's plenty of equipment slots and a variety of different gear to be found in this game. Some that focuses more on physical defense, while other armor types might focus more on magical defense. Now let's talk about leveling up. So once you've killed enough opponents or completed enough quests, you do actually level up, and then you rest at your bonfire, and then you get to invest into stats and also skills. For stats, we have strength, endurance, dexterity, spirituality, practicality, and perception. And as you put points into these different attributes here, it increases a variety of different aspects in the game. Perception helps with critical chance, price of sold goods, chance to destroy lockpick, sneak damage, strength as melee damage, dexterity as range damage, attack speed. You guys get how it goes. And you also get to put points into skills, and these are kind of like your perks here. And this character has invested heavily into spirituality, which is magic in this game. And as you can see, 2 points into magic attacks have additional 20% crit chance. Over here, restore 20% of max mana after killing an enemy with a critical strike. For every 10% missing mana, you deal 5% more damage. My other character, my ranger, has some points into perception, where you get sneak damage increase, you get, parry bonuses, better lock picking perks here, and then dexterity is dashing and some range stuff, and attack speed. Endurance helps with HP and stamina type perks. We have coming back from exhaustion is 25% faster. For 2 seconds after taking damage, your next hit will heal for 5% of your max HP. Really cool perk. And then strength, of course, buffs up your melee attack, gives you bonuses to fighting with one-handed melee weapons. Even perks such as heavy attacks with two-handed weapons shatter frozen enemies, so you can have a little bit of synergy going there, especially if you play as like an arcane warrior and you have a way to freeze enemies. And if you invest in the strength as well and take this perk, you can shatter those enemies. Also note that there are proficiencies in this game, and I really love how they're going with the old school system of the more you use it, the better you get in certain aspects and certain proficiencies. So athletics, for example, the more that you swim and the more that you sprint, the higher your athletics is going to increase, and it's going to make you a little bit better at all
That's
of that.
odd.
And for dexterity, the more that you use archery, the better that you get at archery. The more that you wear heavy armor, the more powerful your heavy armor becomes. Then, of course, we have the more that you sneak around, the better you become at sneaking, and things of that nature. Love to see that. And also note that in dialogue, there will be skill checks at times, and depending on your stats will determine the likelihood of you succeeding. You might try to intimidate somebody in dialogue, or you might try to persuade someone. Now let's jump into a quick segment about crafting. Like many other aspects, the crafting system has also been overhauled. You'll notice right away that this game allows you to pick up an insane amount of items in the environment. You'll find coins on shelves, onions, apples, lockpicks, books, the list goes on. And many of these items can be used in crafting. Cooking, for example, you can attempt to mix all sorts of ingredients together to hopefully discover a recipe, or you can use recipes that you already are familiar with if you've found the schematics, which can be found in various books found throughout the world. Cooking is a great source of healing over time in this game. You can also use a workbench to craft armor and weapons. For example, I can craft wooden arrows here with wood and broken arrows, and both of those can be found in the world. And I can also take arrows that have shot into opponents, take them back, and they will be broken arrows that can be used to craft more arrows in the future. Crafting armor may require certain types of ore, so be sure to have a pickaxe with you, as you can mine ore if you're out exploring. Animals will drop leather, and you can also fish in this game. It's not just you that does crafting, though, as you can talk to a blacksmith, and the blacksmith will allow you to create relic slots and add relics to your weapons and gear. If I add a slot to this sword right here at the cost of some gold, if I have relics in my inventory, which can be found throughout the world, I can then add a relic to the sword for an additional benefit, such as increased damage by 1%. The blacksmith also allows you to upgrade weapons and armor for the cost of coins and shards. You can even dismantle weapons and gear with him to obtain materials. Alchemy in this game, like cooking, involves gathering different materials and combining them together to create powerful elixirs and potions. Some of you may have noticed me laying down a campfire earlier, and you can access the campfire by going to the new quick wheel right here, where you can see all of your weapons and various items. Do note, though, that many of these can be put on hotkeys, such as your weapons and potions. But if I go to the other wheel, we have bonfire, call mount, and also a spyglass. But if I click on bonfire, I can place a bonfire out in the wild, such as right here. At a bonfire, you can of course cook, you can rest. This is where you'll level up and invest points into skills and stats. And if you have enough ethereal cobwebs, which can be found on opponents at nighttime, they drop ethereal cobwebs, some of them do. You can fuel your fire with these ethereal cobwebs, and this basically protects you from the weirdness, and this will make you rest safely, so none of those random encounters waking you up in the middle of the night. But this will also allow you to fast travel, identify items, and do some alchemy. So yeah, update 0.7 is pretty massive, and it comes with some significant changes and of course additions to the game. I've been having a blast. I'm really happy that we have a studio that's trying to take on this type of formula for an open world RPG where there's a ton of lore and books. You can pick up a million different items, do whatever you want to do, and things of that nature. It's really cool to see a studio doing this, and I've been watching this game ever since they announced it a year plus ago. I've played pretty much every patch, and the improvements are excellent to see. See a lot of great potential in this game. I'll leave a link down below if you guys want to pick it up right now for $29.99 on the Steam store. We don't have an official release date yet, but going to be coming at some point, so catch you all in the next one.
I love the free-for-all zone. New grist for the mill. Oh, we don't like that sound. Nice, I cashed in. Okay, now gonna go find this guy. What is the ghost ship and what does it mean? There, I knew I heard somebody. Here we go. Yes! Got him. Good fight. Well fought. $23 doubloons up that guy. Sent him home in a taxi. Hee hee hee. $23 doubloons is like honestly better loot than most things, I think, actually. I actually kind of got some doubloons out that guy. He was like, what? I was like, well, it's the free-for-all zone. What did you expect? Got a good kill there. Ew, make some good money and some good doubloons out here, robbing other fools. Blue trees. I can start again, huh? Yeah, I'm just gonna buy. It's fine. No! My silver. My silver, bitch. kind of off pattern here. I'm going to go back out now.
Warp drive active. The capacitor is empty. The capacitor is empty.
Since I'm safe, I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. Chocolate ice cream. Oh, yeah. Gotta get it all mixed up. All fudgy and mixed up peanut butter and ice cream. Mm-hmm. Very good. Okay.
In most fantasy RPGs, it is very common for the player to be able to wield magic. Though there are quite a lot of memes about magic users, one would argue that a fantasy game without magic would really feel like something is missing. That being said, I generally think that games tend not to be that imaginative when it comes to magic systems. They often feature a wide variety of spells that can do tons of different stuff, but most of the time it always comes down to pressing one button in order to perform a predetermined action. Though I have been able to enjoy this system, I think that in the end it is not different enough from other gameplays and does not make the player feel like a mage. Magic is most of the time linked to intelligence, and the classic representation of the magic user is the old mage with a long beard, suggesting that learning magic takes time and dedication. That is generally not reflected in the gameplay, sadly, and magic users tend to just become random dudes wielding what is basically a gun with special ammunition. However, there is this one game that you might have heard me talk about if you follow this channel, and in which magic is just different. Outward. Outward is not a perfect game. It has its problems, but they tend to be overshadowed by the many qualities and brilliant ideas that make its core structure, and magic is definitely one of these. Outward's magic is described as ritualistic, and what most people mean by this is that in order to cast a spell, you need to perform a ritual. Yeah, I know it's quite an advanced definition, but bear with me for a moment. Most spells in Outward don't do anything on their own. They are literally useless. All of the spells require conditions and combinations to actually do something. The easiest example is the Fireball. You see, there is no Fireball spell in the game that you could attribute to a quick slot. There is, however, the Spark spell that is, according to Seth,
this piece of shit.
And he is quite right. However, if you cast Spark while standing inside the Sigil of Fire, then the Spark will actually turn into a Fireball. And the Spark spell can be combined with a lot of other spells for some different effects. With Reveal Soul to get some mana back, and with Sigil of Wind for a big lightning explosion. All of Outward's spells can be combined with others for extra effects. Some combinations are often quite unexpected, like the Push Kick and Ice Sigil combination, allowing you to freeze kick your enemies in the nuts. Though this system is already amazing on its own, its best representation comes in the form of rune magic. The rune magic skill tree is based on 4 spells that are completely useless if casted alone. They do no damage, no impact, don't buff you. They basically just shine a glowing letter close to your hand. However, depending on the order you cast these runes in, you can get a wide variety of effects. If you cast the rune Shim followed by Egoth, you summon a magical sword. If you cast Foul then Dez, you conjure a floating lantern. And the funniest of these, if you combine Shim with Foul, you cast a rune trap that will explode if enemies walk on it. These are the 2 runes combination. But if you get further in the skill tree and get the Arcane Syntax passive, you will be able to cast 4 runes combinations that add effects to the ones you already have. If you cast Dez and Egoth, you will get the Runic Protection buff. But by casting Egoth then Dez while Runic Protection is active, it will consume the protection and heal you. I personally wish there was more than the 8 different effects you can get with this system, as there was definitely more combinations they could have done with the base 4 runes, and because we know runes are an entire alphabet, but this would have probably made the skill tree way too strong, as it is already one of the most versatile skill sets in the game. Though it was overshadowed when it comes to damage by DLC skill trees, it is still very relevant because of how good it feels to use and the amount of variety it offers. Now, I do not mean that other simpler systems are bad and should all be replaced by Outward's magic. I just want to say that systems like this can really improve the mage gameplay by affecting the mindset of the magic user. Learning to remember and use the various combinations of spells really make you feel like a mage. It makes you feel like magic is something you need to learn, and I really like this. I hope future games can use systems like this one, so mages can really feel like 200 IQ masters instead of just random dudes with laser guns. Though this is definitely fun too. I guess magic systems like Outwards fit a bit more the RP part of RPGs. Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video, and if you did, do not hesitate to subscribe, as it helps me more than you think. For some reason, it seems YouTube is not notifying my subscribers about all my videos, and some of you have told me that they have discovered some of my videos way after they were released. So I encourage you to hit the notification bell. I also stream on Twitch sometimes, so if you are interested in original outward streams, do not hesitate to drop by. I'll see you again. Bye. Cupix, you bitch!
Ice cream's good. Thank you, Mortissimo Gaming, and for the excellent content from my stream. I'd like to sub to your channel.
What's going on, everybody? Mortem here, this time bringing you 5 of my favorite spellcasting systems in games. Now, I play and review a lot of games, and while I love CRPGs, a lot of them tend to have the spell slot casting system, and while I certainly don't mind that, I do think it's a little basic in terms of available systems in terms of video games. So I thought today we could spend a moment going over some of my favorites sort of imaginative spellcasting systems that really make you feel like a mage, or just a spellcaster in general, really. Now, this list is in no particular order except for the number 1 spot. The other 4 are just kind of how I put them in the video, but they're not in any particular order outside of the first one. And we're going to kick this list off with Dragon's Dogma. Now, Dragon's Dogma has technically a fairly rigid spellcasting system in that you have very set spells that you can cast, and they are assigned as skills. So if you are playing a class or have pawns with you that are a class that can cast spells, you will assign them spells as you would assign skills for any other class in this particular game. However, what really sets these spells apart is their scale. Some of these spells can be very basic, like buffing your weapons or just attacking with general magic bolt type of stuff. However, there are also these really grandiose spells that take quite a long time to cast, actually, up to like 20 seconds for a base cast time for some of the really large ones. And one of the systems that makes that even more interesting is the spell syncing system, in which you can have several spellcasters cast the same spell to cast it faster. And this will lead to some genuinely really awesome looking spells, such as like tornadoes ripping through the land, meteors crashing down around you. And I really like this spell casting system simply because it's very intense, especially once you get the hang of it. That brings us to number 4 on our list, and that is actually Divinity Original Sin 2. Now, much like Dragon's Dogma, this is primarily a skill-based system. Each character you play will have skills, specifically combat skills, and some of those are more magical in nature, such as Arrow Thurge, Hydrosophist, etc. And these will allow you to learn from skill books the appropriate skills to cast magic with. And then at that point, they're just like every other skill that costs action points in combat. But what I really like about this system is, for starters, the reactivity of spells. So a lot of the environmental effects in Divinity Original Sin 2 will play off of each other. For instance, if there's water on the ground and you cast a lightning spell, it will electrify it, and there is a shocking number of that interactivity at play in combat, which makes combining all these spells very fun to do. But more than that, another thing I really like about this system is there are a handful of what you could consider hidden skills, in the sense that you cannot just get them from a skill book. You have to use the crafting system to combine skill books to find special variants of spells that will usually combine more than one type of spell casting. So for instance, you can turn the rain spell into blood rain. So instead of raining water, it rains blood, which has different reactive properties to other spells. And there's a lot of intermingling list, and it is good old Skyrim. There's a point where the magic damage you can do pretty much tops out, and it is well below other types of combat, especially if you're doing things like enchanting for them, etc. But nonetheless, a cool change that I like because, again, it makes you feel like you're playing a mage, especially in comparison to the system used in Oblivion, where you essentially had a spell equipment slot where you would hotkey a spell to, and then you could cast that regardless of what you were doing as long as you had the mana to cast it. And as a result, everyone used spells because it would make you weaker not to do so, whereas Skyrim's system feels more involved and interesting to me. And that brings us to number 4 on our list, a recently reviewed title of mine, and that is Outward. Outward is an interesting title that I wouldn't recommend to most people unless you're really into survival games, but what it does really well is its spellcasting system. Now, skills in general for Outward are intertwined together, meaning that a lot of skills will give you a buff, and then a lot of other skills will then consume that buff to perform an effect, which for the melee and the range, pretty basic. However, when you get to magic, it becomes much more interesting because of all the elements and stuff at play. These spells combine in an interesting way, especially the runic magic, as runic magic will give you a set of runes to cast. Individually, they do basically nothing. However, if you cast them in a certain order, then this leads to various buffs and even damage that you can perform. You also get magic sigils that you can put on the ground, and then if you cast certain spells in those sigils, they will have different effects from their normal abilities. And again, it just feels very arcane and sort of ritualistic as you cast all this magic, and as a result, it feels very satisfying, especially as you start experimenting with spells and learning what different combinations do. It's a lot of fun. That brings us to number 1 on the list, my favorite spellcasting system in video games, and that honor belongs to none other than Tyranny. Now, Tyranny uses a fairly interesting spell crafting system. Throughout the game, you will find magical sigils for your party, and these take the form of 3 different types. There's the core of what the spell is, things like emotions or an element, and then there's the express.
Oh, my login capped. Very good.
In most fantasy arc,
I think I want to go play my black mage. I keep thinking about it and I'm like, I want to play my fucking black mage. I'm gonna change my sub and just go somewhere. I guess I'll just warp and I'll go somewhere. I don't really know. I'll have to decide where. But I'm gonna play my main, which is black mage. It's gonna satisfy my mage desire. I want to play a mage. I realize that I've got the perfect games right here. I've got the two best mage games. It's FFXI and to a degree New World. I think WoW was one of them. Yeah, I remember ESO Mage being kind of good, but I don't think it actually really is. But it's not a very good mage game. Maybe... I don't want to go all the way to Feyin. I don't... Like, it's far too far. Maybe, what's my inventory right now? Good. So, yeah, let's warp out. I'm good for here for right now. I don't know where a 65 should go. I think it's like... Like, fastest place would be... Oh. Can I do Black Mage Thief? No, I changed subs, so we're good. All I need is Signet. Ooh. What's that sound? Captain Zoe something or another. Oh. Who's over there? You can really hear people. It's cool. I'm gonna try Valdunia. I think I used to do well in Valdunia. I would fight the Elementals. I think there are still EP maybe. The Elementals in Valdunia might be pretty good. I don't know where that guy went, but he didn't go this way. Oh, I could level red mage. But no, I like... Oh, I don't know. What level is my red mage? Red mage is 43, but like, I don't know. It's not fun till... Oh. Island boar. Ah! Let me play. Let me play. Ah. The hell was that? That was my entire fucking bar. From full to like, whatever. Stupid pig. I'm annoyed that they put a bobcat there. Ooh. Make some money out here, I'll tell you what. Oh, I'm full, so I gotta go back. Yeah, alright. I want my melee attacks to land, so I'm gonna buy a marinara pizza. And I'm rich, I can do that. And I guess I'll go to Valdunia and I'll fight elementals as they spawn, because that's fun. You know? I like fighting elementals, they don't hurt too bad. I can always heal. I don't know why my mana's gone. Oh, I guess I warped. Yeah. Oh, I came too far. Oops. Oh no, I went to go to the marinara pizza. I love that sound of the doorbell. Buy food, meals, breads and rice. Sort by name. I want marinara pizza. Oh, is that not that? It must be. Is that I thought that was breads and rice, but maybe it's not. Maybe that's seafood. I can't remember. It's like a fish pizza, I think, actually, if I recall. Sort by level. Oops. Sort by level. No, I don't remember what this is. Maybe that's a different era. It might be soups. Sweets and drinks. Is it sweets? Maybe it's sweets. No, I don't think it's sweets. That must be some other era, huh? Marinara pizza, huh? Okay, well then... What's other really good... What's long melee food? What's good 3-hour melee food? I guess I'll have... Jack-o'-lantern because it's cheap. No, Jack-o'-lantern's no good. I don't know. I don't know what's good. I don't know what to buy. It's seafood. And I think it's a stack of soul sushi. I mean, how much is a stack of soul sushi? 24 grand. Squid sushi is 13.2. Let's just buy squid sushi. That's cheap enough. Yeah, and it doesn't feel like I'm burning money when I eat it. Yeah, I'll go to Valdunia, I guess. Kuzats. No, Kuzats too low. I could go next door. Maybe next door and Kuzats might be good enough, but no, I don't think it is. Quicksand is possible. Quicksand is a possible one. Let's go try Valdunia. I think I had good luck there before. So the I is EP. It's level 46. See that's perfect, right? I actually don't mind those. That'd be fine. So get buffs up. I just don't want more than one, mainly. I'll get Shell 2 this early. It's annoying. I just did I'm going to write out a macro that's going to do everything that I'm doing here. Then we want MA, Aqua, Veil, me, weight 10, MA, what is it? It's Blink, Blink, me, weight 12, MA, Stone Skin, me, weight 12, finally MA, Blaze Spikes, me. Yeah, it looks good to me. That looks like a good buff macro. Fuck it. Alright, now sit. And, oh, look, the frames are all good. What about that Skelly? What's he? He's too weak. He won't even aggro, which is good.
If you love magic in video games, then you will surely be delighted with
Thank you, Cyber Raccoon. I'd like to sub to your channel.
In this video, you will find the best computer games dedicated to dark and light magic, based on famous books and films, as well as independent creations of various genres. In Verbis Virtus, a first-person fantasy magic game released on personal computers in 2015 by the independent studio Indomitus Games. One of the most unusual games about magic, since here all magic spells must be pronounced by yourself in the literal sense of the word, using a microphone connected to the computer for this. And there are quite a lot of spells here. They become available to the wizard player as they progress through in Verbis Virtus. An important point should be noted right away. Without a working microphone connected to a PC, you will not be able to play this wonderful game about magic. The most realistic and exciting game about magic and sorcery, which allows you to feel like a real magician, muttering a powerful spell under his breath that can turn the enemy into stone or launch a huge fireball at him. The game in Verbis Virtus has a very interesting plot and setting dedicated to the study of an ancient mysterious temple, which is carried out by an old magician. The game is also very beautiful visually and in terms of design. Uncovering the secrets of an old abandoned temple in the hope of gaining incredible magical power, the ancient sorcerer will not only fight against various enemies, but also solve all kinds of puzzles. Again with the help of magic and spells. The most beautiful magic game ever with a thrilling environment, a solid story, and a totally innovative spellcasting mechanic. The beauty of the game is based on the technological Unreal Engine, which creates an almost cinematic picture. As for the design and lore of the game, this is all exclusively the creation of the developers themselves, who use the power of their imagination. Here they went so far as to even come up with a special ancient language, Mahaki, which gods and heroes once spoke, and in which spells are cast in Verbis Virtus. An unusual game about 4 magicians traveling through the fairy tale world of legends and creating all kinds of spells using the local original magic
Genshin
system
Impact has
based on a
good
mixture of
magic.
elements of several elements presented here. In general, the game has the spirit of adventure and fantasy, but at the same time everything is served in a satirical form, trying to parody all sorts of the most obvious cliches from epic fantasy works and heroic legends. The plot of the game Magica is a mixture of own ideas and inventions of the developers with episodes from the myths of the German and Scandinavian cycles. The hero of the game is an unknown magician who went on a journey to stop a very powerful and evil wizard whose activities caused confusion in the world. By combining elements of different elements, players can create incredible magic combinations, the number of which in the Magica game is in the hundreds. Magica has the ability to play cooperatively with up to 4 players at the same time. This is with regard to the passage of the story part, since Magica also provides other modes for playing together. For example, the adventure mode will send 4 players into a small, randomly generated world consisting of 3 random levels with a huge number of enemies. Well, the most hardcore mode in Magica is the hard mode. In it, players need to fend off the incessant waves of various enemies. The second part of the famous game about resilient magicians, once again entering the fight against evil. The game received a new plot and new graphics with beautiful scenery, character models, and excellent special effects that accompany the casting of spells in Magica 2. The musical accompaniment also turned out to be quite good, but the combat
Accompaniment.
system of Magica 2 turned out to be quite unexpected and in some places completely devoid of balance. And still, Lictum, Battle Mage. Action from the first person, the main character of which is a real battle mage, fighting with different monsters in a fantasy world. The most brutal and dynamic game